Settle in, my sleepy fellows, and let your breathing slow as we embark together on a gentle journey into the heart of ancient magic. Tonight, we'll discover whispered secrets that have slumbered for centuries, waiting patiently in the shadows of legend to reveal their truth to those willing to listen with open hearts. Imagine the soft amber glow of evening settling over Hogwarts Castle. The autumn air carries with it the sweet scent of wood smoke from the village chimneys below, mingling with the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves that carpet the grounds in shades of gold and crimson. In this peaceful twilight hour, when the day's lessons have ended and the corridors hum with gentle conversation, there exists a perfect moment for wonder to unfold. Our story begins in the warmth of the Hogwarts library, where ancient knowledge sleeps peacefully between leather-bound covers. The fire in the great hearth crackles softly, casting dancing shadows across rows upon rows of books that seem to breathe with the wisdom of ages. Here, in this sanctuary of learning, the air itself feels thick with possibility and the promise of secrets waiting to be discovered. Tonight, we'll follow a thread of mystery that weaves through the very fabric of magical history, a tale of three objects so powerful, so shrouded in legend, that most wizards speak of them only in hushed whispers, if at all. The deathly hallows, that ancient symbol carved into stone monuments, whispered about in children's tales, yet holding truths far deeper than any story has dared to tell. But do not worry, gentle listener, for this is not a tale of darkness or fear. Instead, it is a story of discovery, of understanding, and of the quiet magic that flows through all things when we learn to see with eyes unclouded by assumption. As we journey together through this mystery, let the soft rhythm of our exploration lull you into a state of peaceful wonder, where each revelation unfolds like a flower blooming in moonlight. If you find yourself drawn into this magical world we're creating together, I invite you to stay a while longer after our journey ends. Perhaps you'll discover other tales waiting to be shared. But for now, let yourself sink deeper into this moment, into this story, and into the gentle embrace of ancient magic awakening. In the quiet corner of the library where shadows danced most gracefully with the firelight, a young woman sat surrounded by towers of books that seemed to grow taller with each passing hour. Luna Lovegood, now several years beyond her Hogwarts days, had returned to the castle not as a student, but as a researcher, a seeker of truths that others had forgotten or dismissed as mere fancy. Her silvery hair caught the amber glow from the nearby windows, and her dreamy blue eyes moved slowly across the pages before her, drinking in words written centuries ago by wizards whose names had long since faded from common memory. There was something wonderfully peaceful about Luna's presence, a sense that time moved differently around her, more gently, more purposefully. "Oh," she murmured softly to herself, her voice barely louder than the whisper of turning pages. How interesting indeed. Beside her sat Xenophilius Lovegood, her father, his wild hair now touched with silver threads that caught the firelight like spun moonbeams. He had come to Hogwarts at Luna's invitation, bringing with him a collection of artifacts and manuscripts that had been gathering dust in the Lovegood family vault for generations. Together, father and daughter made a delightful pair, two minds that saw magic not as something to be conquered or controlled, but as a gentle current flowing through all things, connecting past to present in ways both subtle and profound. "Father," Luna said, her voice carrying that familiar tone of wonder that had once earned her curious glances from classmates, "listen to this passage from Hieronymus Smethwick's forgotten magics of the ancient world. She cleared her throat, softly, and began to read, her voice taking on the rhythm of an incantation. The three hallows were never separate tools of power, but rather fragments of a single truth, scattered like seeds upon the wind, waiting for the proper season to bloom.
Into understanding. Xenophilius leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with the same gentle curiosity that his daughter possessed.
Seeds upon the wind, he repeated thoughtfully, stroking his beard. How beautifully put. It makes one wonder, doesn't it, Luna? What sort of garden might grow if those seeds were to find their proper soil? The question hung in the air between them like a spell waiting to be cast, filled with possibility and the promise of discoveries yet to come. Around them, the library seemed to hold its breath, as if the very books upon the shelves were leaning closer to listen. Luna's fingers traced the edge of an ancient diagram that decorated the margin of the manuscript. Three objects arranged in a triangular pattern connected by delicate lines that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility rendered in ink that had somehow retained its luminous quality despite the centuries. "I've been having the most interesting dreams lately," Luna confided, her voice taking on that distant quality it always held when she was touching something beyond the ordinary world. Dreams of a garden where impossible things grow, and three guardians who have been waiting so very long for someone to understand their true purpose. As if summoned by Luna's words, a gentle breeze stirred through the library, though all the windows remained firmly closed. The candles flickered in perfect unison, their flames bending toward the ancient manuscript spread before the Lovegoods. Pages that had remained stubbornly closed for decades began to flutter open of their own accord, revealing illustrations that seemed to move and breathe in the dancing light. "How extraordinary," Xenophilius whispered, his voice filled with the kind of reverent wonder that most people reserved for witnessing shooting stars. "The books are awakening," Luna smiled, unsurprised by this development. She had learned long ago that magic responded not to force or demand, but to the gentle touch of those who approached it with respect and genuine curiosity. "They've been sleeping," she said simply, waiting for someone to ask the right questions. The manuscript before them was transforming, its static illustrations coming alive with subtle animation. The three deathly hallows in the margin began to rotate slowly around each other, their movements creating patterns that spoke of ancient geometries and forgotten harmonies. But it was not the familiar symbol that caught Luna's attention. It was what appeared between the three objects as they danced their eternal dance. A fourth element, previously invisible, began to manifest in the space where the three hallows intersected. It appeared as a gentle spiral of silver light, neither solid nor entirely ethereal, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of magic itself. This was something that no tale of the Deathly Hallows had ever mentioned, something that had been hidden from casual observers for countless generations. "Father, do you see it?" Luna asked, though she already knew he did. The Lovegoods had always been blessed with the ability to perceive what others missed, to notice the spaces between things where the most important truths often hid. "The heart," Xenophilius breathed, the word emerging from some deep well of inherited memory. "The heart of the Hallows. I remember now, my great-grandmother spoke of it once, when I was very small. She said it was the reason the three objects were created, the purpose they were meant to serve together." As they watched, mesmerized by the gentle dance of light before them, other books throughout the library began to respond. Ancient tomes on distant shelves glowed softly, their bindings warming as if touched by sunlight. Manuscripts that hadn't been opened in decades fell open to pages that spoke of unity, of wholeness, of the delicate balance that existed between life and death, power and wisdom, presence and absence. The library itself seemed to sigh with contentment, as if it had been holding its breath for years, waiting for this moment of recognition. The very air began to shimmer with an almost imperceptible luminescence, and Luna could hear, just at the edge of perception, the faint sound of distant music, like a chorus of voices singing in perfect harmony. "They're calling to us," Luna said softly, her hand moving instinctively to rest upon a small, wrapped bundle she had brought with her. A family heirloom that had seemed important in ways she couldn't quite articulate. "The Hallows. They want to tell us their true story." The realization settled over them both like a warm blanket, bringing with it a sense of profound rightness. This was not mere coincidence or chance encounter with old magic. This was destiny, unfolding at its own perfect pace, gentle as the turn of seasons, inevitable as the rising of the moon. Around them, the library had become a cocoon of soft light and whispered possibilities, a place where time flowed differently and ancient secrets could unfold like flowers opening to greet the dawn. The first threads of a mystery far older and more beautiful than either of them had imagined were beginning to weave themselves into view, creating a tapestry of understanding that would guide them gently toward truths that the wizarding world had long forgotten. As the silver light continued its graceful dance between the three hallows in the manuscript, Luna felt a subtle tugging sensation, as if invisible threads were gently drawing her attention elsewhere. Following this ethereal guidance, her gaze drifted upward to the library's vaulted ceiling, where something remarkable was beginning to unfold. The ancient stones themselves were coming alive with soft phosphorescence, revealing symbols and runes that had been carved there centuries ago, but rendered invisible by layers of time and accumulated dust. These weren't the familiar magical scripts taught at Hogwarts, but something far older, a language that spoke directly to the soul rather than the mind. "Luna," Xenophilius whispered, his voice filled with awe. "The ceiling, it's becoming a map." Indeed, the glowing symbols were arranging themselves into patterns that resembled constellations, but instead of stars, they showed locations throughout the wizarding world where significant events had occurred. 3 points glowed more brightly than the others, forming a triangle that encompassed nearly all of magical Britain. At each point, Luna could sense the presence of something profound. Not the hallows themselves, but the echoes they had left behind, the impressions of their true purpose pressed into the very fabric of reality. But it was the center of this celestial triangle that drew their attention most powerfully. There, suspended in the air above their table, as if materialized from the convergence of ancient magics, a fourth object began to take shape. It appeared slowly, like morning mist, condensing into dew, forming itself from the accumulated wisdom and longing that filled the library's atmosphere. The object was beautiful. In its simplicity, a crystalline sphere, no larger than a child's marble, perfectly clear, yet somehow containing infinite depth. Within its transparent depths, miniature images flickered and danced, scenes of the three hallows being crafted by hands that moved with divine purpose, moments when they had been united throughout history, and most intriguingly, glimpses of futures yet to come where their true potential might finally be realized. "It's a memory keeper," Luna breathed, recognizing the artifact from descriptions in the most ancient texts. They were created to preserve the most important truths when The world was too young to understand them safely. This one has been waiting here, in Hogwarts, for someone to piece together enough of the puzzle to call it forth. The sphere settled gently into Luna's outstretched palm, its surface warm as summer sunlight. The moment it touched her skin, both Lovegoods felt a subtle shift in their awareness, as if veils they hadn't even known existed were being gently drawn aside. The library around them remained unchanged, yet somehow more vivid, more alive with possibility. Through the Memory Keeper, they could perceive the true history of the Deathly Hallows, not the simplified tale of three brothers seeking to cheat death, but the deeper story of balance and purpose that had been obscured by centuries of misunderstanding. The Hallows were not tools of conquest or escape, but instruments of harmony created during an age when the boundaries between life and death, visible and invisible, were far more fluid than they had since become. They were meant to be catalysts. Xenophilius murmured, his understanding expanding like ripples across still water. Not to grant power over death, but to help wizardkind remember that death is simply another face of the same cosmic dance that governs all existence. The Memory Keeper pulsed gently in Luna's palm, and with each pulse, new insights flowed through her consciousness. She could see now why the Hallows had been scattered, why they had been allowed to become objects of legend rather than instruments of practice. The wizarding world had needed time to mature, to develop the wisdom necessary to approach such profound magic without being overwhelmed by it. But that time of preparation was ending. The Memory Keeper showed her glimpses of the present moment, other sensitive souls throughout the magical world experiencing similar awakenings, other ancient repositories of knowledge beginning to stir. The convergence that was beginning here, in the Hogwarts library, was part of a much larger pattern, a gentle tide of remembrance that was beginning to flow back into the world. We're meant to be the first, Luna realized, her voice filled with quiet wonder rather than burden. Not because we're special, but because we're ready to listen without trying to possess or control what we learn. The Memory Keeper in Luna's palm began to emit a soft, melodious hum that seemed to resonate with the very stones of Hogwarts itself. Throughout the castle, other magical objects began to respond to this ancient call. Suits of armor shifted slightly in their alcoves, portraits murmured softly in their frames, and the ghosts who wandered the corridors paused in their eternal wanderings, drawn by a music they hadn't heard in centuries. Something is gathering, Luna observed, her voice carrying that dreamy quality. That indicated she was perceiving far more than what her physical senses revealed. The castle is waking up memories it had almost forgotten. As if in response to her words, the library doors, which had been firmly closed, swung open with a barely audible creak. But no one entered. Instead, something far more extraordinary occurred. The knowledge contained within every book, every scroll, every carefully preserved manuscript began to flow outward like streams of gentle light, creating a network of luminous connections that filled the air with barely visible threads of wisdom. Xenophilius watched in fascination as these streams of knowledge wove themselves into patterns around the Memory Keeper, creating what appeared to be a three-dimensional map
of understanding.
"It's beautiful," he whispered. Like watching thoughts become visible, the patterns revealed something remarkable. The story of the Deathly Hallows was not unique to wizarding culture. Similar concepts appeared in the magical traditions of cultures around the world, always in groups of three, always representing the same fundamental principles of mastery, memory, and mystery. The Memory Keeper was showing them that what they had always considered to be a distinctly wizarding legend was actually part of a much larger tapestry of human understanding about the nature of existence itself. Luna stood slowly, cradling the memory keeper in both hands, and began to walk among the streams of light that now filled the library. Each time she moved through one of these luminous threads, new understanding flowed through her consciousness. She could see the craftsman who had created the original hallows, not the three brothers of legend, but three masters of different magical arts who had worked together to create objects that would serve as keys to deeper understanding. They weren't trying to defeat death, she murmured, pausing beside a stream of light that sparkled with particular intensity. They were trying to understand its place in the greater pattern. The Elder Wand doesn't grant ultimate power. It grants the wisdom to know when power should not be used. The Resurrection Stone doesn't bring back the dead. It helps the living understand that death is not an ending, but a transformation. And the Cloak of Invisibility doesn't hide the wearer from death. It teaches the lesson that sometimes the greatest power lies in choosing not to be seen. As Luna spoke, the streams of light around them began to pulse in rhythm with her words, creating a gentle symphony of understanding that filled the library with warmth and peace. Xenophilius felt tears of wonder gathering in his eyes as he watched his daughter become a conduit for truths that had been waiting centuries to be spoken aloud again. The memory keeper began to grow warmer in Luna's hands, and she realized that they were approaching a moment of choice. The knowledge flowing around them was not meant to be hoarded or kept secret, but neither could it be released carelessly into a world that might not be ready to receive it wisely. They were being asked to become guardians of a different sort, not protectors who locked away dangerous secrets, but gardeners who would nurture understanding until it could bloom safely in human consciousness. "Father," Luna said softly, turning to face him with eyes that reflected the dancing light around them. "I think we're about to discover what we're really meant to do with this knowledge." The library held its breath, waiting. In the gentle embrace of the luminous library, Luna and Xenophilius found themselves at a crossroads of possibility. The memory keeper continued to pulse with warm light in Luna's hands, and around them the streams of ancient knowledge waited, patiently for direction, like eager students hoping to be helpful. "We could simply observe," Xenophilius suggested thoughtfully, his voice carrying the careful consideration of someone who had learned to approach powerful magic with respect rather than haste. "Document what we're seeing, preserve it for future scholars to study safely." Luna nodded, understanding the wisdom in her father's caution, but she could feel something deeper calling to her through the memory keeper. "Or," she said softly, "we could accept the invitation." "What invitation, dear one?" Luna closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to merge more fully with the memory keeper's ancient wisdom. In that state of gentle receptivity, she could perceive the true nature of what was being offered to them. "The Hallows want to complete their purpose," she explained, her voice taking on the distant quality it held when she was touching the deeper currents of magic. "Not by being reunited physically. That was never the real goal. They want to fulfill their function as teachers, as guides toward understanding." She opened her eyes and looked at her father with the expression of serene certainty. "We're being invited to become the first students in a very long time to learn what they were truly meant to teach." The choice was not one to be made lightly, and both Lovegoods understood that accepting such an invitation would change them in ways they couldn't fully anticipate. But there was something profoundly right about the opportunity, something that resonated with the deepest currents of their magical natures. Xenophilius moved to stand beside his daughter, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Then we accept," he said simply. Together, The moment the words left his lips, the streams of light surrounding them began to coalesce, forming three distinct pools of luminescence that settled at points around their position. From each pool, an impression began to emerge, not the physical, hallows themselves, but their essential natures made manifest in forms that the human mind could comprehend. From the first pool rose the essence of the Elder Wand, but not as a weapon or tool of dominance. Instead, it appeared as a teacher, tall and graceful, whose very presence spoke of the responsibility that comes with power and the wisdom required to wield it justly. Its voice, when it spoke, was like wind through ancient trees. True mastery is knowing when not to act, when to step aside, and allow others to find their own strength. From the second pool emerged the spirit of the resurrection stone, manifesting as a gentle guide whose face seemed to shift between youth and age, life and death, presence and memory. Its voice carried the comfort of a loving parent. Death is not the opposite of life, but its completion. Understanding this brings not power over death, but peace with the natural order of all things. The third pool gave birth to the essence of the cloak of invisibility, appearing as a wise counselor whose forms seemed to exist at the intersection of seen and unseen, known and mysterious. Its voice was like whispered secrets shared between closest friends. The greatest magic is often that which goes unnoticed, the gentle influences that guide without commanding, the love that serves without seeking recognition. Together, the three essences created a harmony that filled the library with a sense of profound completeness. This was what the Deathly Hallows had always been meant to be, not objects to be possessed, but teachers to be learned from, guides, toward a deeper understanding of the magical nature of existence itself. Luna felt herself changing as this understanding settled into her consciousness, not in any dramatic or painful way, but like a flower opening to receive morning sunlight. She was becoming something new, not more powerful in the conventional sense, but more aligned with the deeper currents of magic that flowed through all things. We're becoming bridges, she realized aloud, between the old understanding and the new, between what was forgotten and what needs to be remembered. As the three essences of the Deathly Hallows settled into harmony around Luna and Xenophilius, the memory keeper in Luna's hands began to transform. Its crystalline surface became like a window into the very heart of magical reality, and through it, they could perceive the truth that had been hidden for so many centuries. The Deathly Hallows had never been separate objects at all. In the beginning, in the time before, time when magic flowed unrestrained through the world, there had been a single source, a point of perfect balance where all the forces of existence converged in harmony. Life and death, visibility and mystery, power and wisdom had danced together in eternal unity, creating the foundation upon which all magical reality was built. But as the world grew more complex and human consciousness began to develop its capacity for separation and division, this unity became too intense for mortal minds to comprehend safely. The original masters, those who would later be remembered as the three brothers of legend, had not created the Hallows to cheat death or gain power. They had crafted them as a way to preserve the memory of that original unity, breaking it into three aspects that could be understood separately while still maintaining their connection to the greater whole. "It's like sunlight through a prism," Luna whispered, her voice filled with wonder. One light, broken into three colors so that each one can be appreciated individually, but never meant to be separated permanently. The memory keeper showed them. glimpses of what had happened throughout history when individuals had tried to unite the three hallows physically. They had been reaching for something real, something true, but approaching it from a perspective of possession and control rather than understanding and harmony. The result had always been tragedy, not because the hallows were cursed or dangerous, but because they were being forced to serve purposes they were never designed for. But now, Xenophilius said, his understanding expanding like ripples across still water, now the world is ready for a different approach. Through the memory keeper, they could see the signs that had been gathering for decades, the gradual healing of old wounds in the wizarding world, the emergence of a new generation that valued cooperation over competition, understanding over conquest. The time of separation was ending and the time of reintegration was beginning. The three essences around them began to move closer together, not merging but creating a space between them where something new could emerge. In that space, Luna perceived the birth of what she could only describe as the fourth hallow, not an object, but a state of consciousness, a way of being that allowed one to hold all three aspects of the original unity in perfect balance. This is what we're meant to teach, Luna realized, her voice carrying the quiet authority of deep understanding. Not how to find or possess the hallows, but how to become living expressions of what they represent. The fourth hallow was not something to be grasped or owned, but something to be embodied. It was the state of consciousness that saw through the illusion of separation, that recognized the fundamental unity underlying all apparent opposites, that could hold life and death, power and humility, presence and mystery in perfect balance. As this understanding settled into their awareness, Luna and Xenophilius felt themselves becoming something new, not more than human, but more fully human than they had ever been before. They were becoming bridges between worlds, living demonstrations of the harmony that was possible when ancient wisdom was approached with modern understanding. The library around them seemed to sigh with satisfaction, as if it had been waiting centuries for this moment of completion. The streams of light that had filled the air began to settle gently into the books and manuscripts, carrying with them the seeds of new understanding that would gradually bloom in the consciousness of future students who came seeking knowledge. With open hearts. "We're the first," Luna said softly, "but we won't be the last. This understanding will spread gently and naturally to all those who are ready to receive it." As the profound revelation settled into their hearts like warm honey dissolving in tea, Luna and Xenophilius felt the intensity of the magical awakening gradually soften into something gentler, more sustainable. The three essences of the hallows, having delivered their ancient message, began to fade back into the subtle currents of magic that flowed constantly through Hogwarts, leaving behind only a deep sense of peace and completion. The memory keeper, in Luna's hands, slowly returned to its crystalline transparency, but now it held a different quality of light. Not the brilliant illumination of revelation, but the steady, gentle glow of understanding integrated and accepted. It had become not just a repository of ancient knowledge, but a compass that would guide them as they learned to live as embodiments of the fourth hallow. "How quiet everything is now," Xenophilius observed, his voice soft with wonder. The library had returned to its familiar, comfortable state, but somehow it felt more alive than before, as if every book and every stone now hummed with the subtle music of hidden connection. Luna nodded, settling back into her chair with the easy grace
of someone who had just completed a long but satisfying journey. "It's not the kind of quiet that comes from absence," she said thoughtfully. "It's the quiet that comes from everything being exactly where it belongs." They sat together in comfortable silence for a while, father and daughter processing the magnitude of what they had experienced while allowing their consciousness to adjust to their new understanding.
The memory keeper rested on the table between them, occasionally flickering with soft light, as if to remind them that the door to ancient wisdom, once opened, would never fully close again. People will ask us about this, won't they? Xenophilius mused, though he didn't sound troubled by the prospect. When word spreads that something significant has happened, Luna smiled, that particular smile that indicated she was seeing something pleasant just beyond the edge of normal perception. Some will ask, she agreed. Those who are ready to hear will find their way to us, just as we found our way to this
moment. And for those who aren't quite ready yet, the seeds will be planted anyway, waiting for the right season to bloom. She picked up the memory keeper, holding it up to catch the firelight.
Within its crystalline depths, tiny images continued to flicker, glimpses of future moments when other seekers would experience their own gentle awakenings to the deeper truths of existence. The beautiful thing about this kind of magic is that it doesn't need to be forced or rushed. It simply needs to be available like sunlight for those who choose to step out of the shadows. As evening deepened around them, the library began to take on the cozy, drowsy quality that made it such a perfect place for contemplation. The fire settled into glowing embers, casting a warm, steady light that seemed to embrace them both in its gentle radiance. Outside the tall windows, stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky, each one a distant reminder of the vast web of connection that linked all things. "I think," Luna said softly, "that this is how wisdom spreads, not through grand proclamations or dramatic revelations, but through quiet moments like this, when understanding passes from heart to heart like candlelight shared in darkness. As our tale draws to its peaceful close, dear listener, let yourself rest in the warm glow of the library's dying fire, where Luna and Xenophilius continue their quiet vigil as guardians of ancient wisdom newly awakened. The memory keeper rests safely in Luna's care, its gentle light a beacon for those who will someday seek the deeper truths of magic and existence. The deathly hallows, we have learned, were never meant to be possessed or conquered, but understood and embodied. They represent the eternal dance of forces that shape our world, power tempered by wisdom, death embraced as part of life's greater pattern, and the mystery that connects all things in ways we can feel but never fully explain. In this quiet hour, between day and night, as Luna traces gentle patterns in the air with her finger and watches them sparkle briefly before fading, we understand that some magic is not meant to dazzle or overwhelm, but simply to remind us of the wonder that flows constantly through our lives, as natural and essential as breathing. The fourth hallow, that state of perfect balance and understanding, is not something distant or unattainable. It lives in every moment when we choose compassion over conflict, when we recognize the connection that binds us to all living things, when we approach the mysteries of existence with open hearts rather than grasping hands. As you prepare to drift into sleep, carry with you the gentle wisdom of this night's journey. Let the image of that warm library fill your dreams, where ancient books whisper secrets to those patient enough to listen, where understanding unfolds like flowers blooming in moonlight, where the deepest magic is always the magic of connection, love, and wonder. Rest now, knowing that somewhere in the world there are always those who guard the gentle mysteries, who tend the gardens where wisdom grows, who ensure that the light of understanding never fully fades from the world. Sleep peacefully, and let your dreams be filled with the soft glow of memory keepers and the eternal dance of forces that weave the tapestry of all existence. This story ends, but the magic continues, flowing gently through your dreams and into the dawn that awaits. Now we'll discover what remains when the urgent battles are won, when the great struggles have ended, and when peace returns to places that once knew only chaos and fear. This is a story of gentle discovery, of secrets that waited patiently, in darkness for the right moment to reveal themselves to those brave enough to seek understanding rather than power. Picture, if you will, Hogwarts Castle on a quiet evening in late spring, several months after the final battle that brought peace to the wizarding world. The air is soft and warm, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of apple blossoms from the orchards beyond the castle grounds, and the gentle scent of fresh grass growing green again after winter's long sleep. The setting sun paints the ancient stones in shades of amber and rose, and somewhere in the distance, the gentle lapping of the lake against its shores creates a rhythm as soothing as a heartbeat. The castle feels different now, not empty, but peacefully quiet, like a great library, after closing time when the books seem to whisper their stories to one another in the gathering dusk. The portraits doze gently in their frames, the ghosts drift through the halls with serene smiles, and even the staircases seem to move more slowly, as if they too are learning to savor these moments of tranquility. This story unfolds in a part of the castle that has seen more transformation than perhaps any other. The 7th floor corridor, where footsteps echo softly against worn stone, and where a particular stretch of blank wall holds secrets that even now, months after the war's end, continue to reveal themselves to those who approach with patience and wonder. This is the story of the Room of Requirement, but not as it was during those dark days when it served as sanctuary and battlefield. This is the story of what it became afterward, when the urgent needs had passed and gentler purposes could finally surface. It's a tale of 3 friends who discovered that sometimes the most profound magic reveals itself only when we stop seeking power and start seeking understanding. If you find yourself drawn into this peaceful world we're creating together, I invite you to stay a while longer. Perhaps there are other gentle adventures waiting to be shared after our journey ends. But for now, let yourself sink deeper into this moment, into the warm embrace of Hogwarts at rest, where even the stones seem to breathe with quiet contentment. In the soft light of the 7th floor corridor, 3 familiar figures walked with the unhurried pace of those who had learned to treasure simple moments of friendship. Harry Potter, his distinctive hair catching the last rays of sunlight that streamed through the tall windows, moved with a new sense of peace that hadn't been there during his years as a student. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead had faded to barely a whisper of its former prominence, and his green eyes held a depth that spoke of battles won not through force, but through understanding and sacrifice. Beside him, Hermione Granger carried a leather satchel filled with carefully organized notes and sketches, not homework this time, but documentation of the magical phenomena they'd been observing throughout the castle as it healed from the wounds of war. Her hair, no longer the wild tangle of her youth, fell in gentle waves around her shoulders, and there was a soft glow about her that came from someone who had found her true calling in the preservation and understanding of magical knowledge. Ron Weasley completed their trio, his freckled face relaxed in the easy smile that had always been his gift to share with others. Taller now, with the broader shoulders of a young man who had grown into his frame, he carried himself with quiet confidence. In his hands, he held a small journal where he'd been recording what he called the castle's whispers, the subtle changes in atmosphere and magic that his surprisingly sensitive nature had begun to detect. "It's different again today," Ron observed softly, his voice carrying that particular tone of wonder that had never quite left him, despite all they'd been through.
"Can you feel it? Like the castle is, settling into itself somehow?" Hermione nodded, pausing to run her fingers along the stone wall where they knew the room of requirement lay hidden. "The magical resonance has been shifting," she agreed,
her scholarly mind already cataloguing the subtle variations in the ambient magic that surrounded them. "It's as if the room is learning new purposes now that it doesn't need to respond to crisis and desperation." Harry stood quietly between his two best friends, his head tilted slightly as if listening to something only he could hear. The connection he'd once shared with darker magic had transformed into something gentler, but no less profound, an ability to sense the emotional echoes that lingered in places where significant events had occurred. "There's something patient waiting in there," he said finally. "Not urgent or demanding, just patient, like it's been waiting for us to be ready." The three friends had returned to Hogwarts not as students, but as part of a special task force dedicated to documenting and preserving the magical changes that had occurred throughout the castle during and after the war. What had begun as an academic project had gradually become something more personal, a journey of discovery that was helping them process their own transformation from children thrust into an adult war to young adults learning to build a peaceful future. "Shall we try again?" Hermione asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. They had visited this spot many times over the past weeks, each time approaching the room of requirement with patient curiosity rather than specific need, hoping to understand what it might become when freed from the urgent demands that had shaped it for so long. Ron grinned, that familiar expression that had carried them through so many adventures. Third time's the charm, or in our case, maybe the 30th time is the charm. Harry chuckled softly, feeling the warmth of friendship wrap around him like a comfortable blanket. "Whatever it wants to show us, we'll see it when we're meant to. That's what I'm learning. Sometimes the most important magic happens when we stop trying to force it and simply allow it to unfold." As the three friends settled into the comfortable rhythm of their weekly vigil outside the room of requirement, something subtle began to shift in the atmosphere around them. It started as barely more than a whisper of change, the kind of gentle alteration that might go unnoticed by those who weren't paying careful attention to the magical currents that flowed through Hogwarts like invisible rivers. The torches along the corridor, which had been burning with their usual steady flame, began to flicker in perfect unison. Not the erratic flickering that might suggest a draft or failing magic, but a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed almost like breathing. The warm light would swell gently, casting longer shadows down the hallway, then soften to barely more than a glow, creating an atmosphere of profound intimacy. "Look," Hermione whispered, her voice filled with the kind of reverent wonder that had always made her the perfect scholar of magical mysteries. She pointed to the blank wall where they knew the entrance to the room of requirement lay hidden. The stone surface, which had appeared solid and unchanging moments before, was beginning to shimmer with the faintest suggestion of movement, like heat waves rising from summer pavement, or the gentle distortion of light passing through water. Ron stepped closer, his hand instinctively reaching out toward the wall before stopping just short of touching it. "It's warm," he observed, though his palm was still inches from the stone.
"I can feel warmth radiating from it, like there's a fireplace burning just on the other side." Harry closed his eyes, allowing his enhanced sensitivity to magical atmospheres to guide his understanding. Through the soles of his feet, he could
feel a gentle vibration in the castle's stones, as if some great slow heartbeat had begun to pulse through the very foundations of Hogwarts. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself looking at his friends with a sense of quiet amazement. "I think," he said slowly, choosing his words with care. "The room is dreaming." The shimmer in the wall was becoming more pronounced, though still subtle enough that anyone passing by quickly might miss it entirely. Patterns were beginning to emerge in the stone surface, not the solid architectural lines one might expect, but organic shapes that seemed to flow and change like clouds drifting across a summer sky. There was something deeply peaceful about these movements, something that spoke of rest and restoration rather than purpose and urgency. "Dreaming?" Hermione repeated thoughtfully, her analytical mind immediately beginning to explore the implications. "That actually makes a great deal
of sense.
The room of requirement has spent decades, perhaps centuries, responding to the immediate needs of those who sought it out. Now, for the first time in memory, it's free to simply be." As if responding to her words, the patterns in the wall began to take on more distinct forms. They could see suggestions of landscapes, rolling hills beneath starlit skies, quiet gardens where impossible flowers bloomed in eternal moonlight, cozy chambers filled with books that wrote themselves and furniture that adjusted to provide perfect comfort to anyone who sat upon it. "It's showing us its dreams," Ron said, with a sense of wonder that made his voice sound younger than his years. "All the things it might choose to become if it didn't have to be what people needed it to be." The three friends stood in comfortable silence, watching the wall's gentle display of subconscious creativity. There was something profoundly moving about witnessing this ancient magic, finally allowed to express its own desires, rather than constantly adapting to the desires of others. It was like watching a devoted servant finally given the freedom to pursue their own dreams after a lifetime of service. Gradually, the patterns in the wall began to shift, becoming less abstract and more inviting. A doorway was taking shape, not the utilitarian entrance that had appeared in response to specific needs, but something more ornate, more welcoming. The door that was forming seemed to be made of warm wood that had been polished to a gentle glow, and its handle was crafted in the shape of intertwined hands, suggesting partnership and mutual understanding rather than the simple functionality they had known before. "I think," Harry said softly, "it's ready for visitors now, but not visitors who need something from it. Visitors who are simply curious about what it dreams." As the ornate doorway completed its formation in the shimmering wall, something even more extraordinary began to unfold around the three friends. The corridor itself was changing, though so gradually and gently that the transformation felt more like a natural evolution than magical alteration. The stone walls were taking on a warmer hue, as if lit from within by some soft golden light, and the very air seemed to thicken with the promise of wonders yet to be discovered. But it was the sounds that truly captured their attention. Sounds that had never before graced this particular stretch of castle corridor. From beyond the newly formed door came the gentle murmur of voices, not urgent or distressed, but engaged in what sounded like peaceful conversation. There was the soft rustle of pages turning, the quiet scratch of quills moving across parchment, and underneath it all, a melody so subtle it might have been imagination, the kind of tune one might hum while absorbed in pleasant work. "There."
"Are people in there?" Hermione said, though her tone suggested wonder rather than concern.
"But that's impossible. The room only appears when someone needs it, and it's always empty when it first manifests." Ron tilted his head, listening with the focused attention he'd learned during their adventures. "They don't sound like they're in trouble," he observed. Actually, they sound rather content. Harry approached the door with the cautious respect he'd learned to show toward magical mysteries. As he drew closer, he began to make out individual voices from the gentle murmur beyond the threshold. There was a woman speaking in what sounded like ancient Greek, her tone carrying the cadence of someone reading aloud from a beloved text. Another voice, this one belonging to a man with what might have been a medieval English accent, was discussing the properties of certain rare herbs, with the enthusiasm of a true scholar. A third voice, younger and more musical, was humming that mysterious melody while what sounded like the soft grinding of a mortar and pestle provided rhythmic accompaniment. "I think," Harry said slowly, as understanding began to dawn in his consciousness. "We're hearing the echoes of everyone who ever found sanctuary in the room of requirement, but not the urgent, desperate moments, the peaceful ones. The times when people came here not because they were fleeing something, but because they had
found something wonderful and needed a quiet place to explore it."
As if in response to his words, the door began to open of its own accord, moving with the unhurried grace of someone welcoming expected guests. The golden light that had been hinting at its presence in the corridor now spilled out in a warm, honey-colored stream, carrying with it scents that spoke of comfort and learning, old parchment and well-worn leather, herbs drying in bundles, the distinctive smell of magical ink, and underneath it all, the warm, yeasty aroma of bread baking somewhere in the depths of the space beyond. Through the open door, they could see not the familiar utilitarian chamber that had served their needs during the war, but something far more extraordinary. The room that revealed itself was vast, but somehow intimate, with a ceiling that seemed to stretch up into star-filled darkness while maintaining the cozy feeling of a favorite reading nook. The walls were lined with shelves that held not just books but artifacts, specimens, works of art, and objects whose purposes were mysterious but whose beauty was undeniable. But most remarkably, the room was indeed occupied, though not by the living. Throughout the space moved translucent figures, not ghosts as they understood them, but something gentler, more peaceful. These were the impressions left behind by generations of students, teachers, and seekers who had found refuge in the room, of requirement during moments of joy rather than desperation. They moved through the space with purpose and contentment, continuing the work or study or creation that had brought them peace in life. "They're not haunting the room," Hermione breathed, her scholar's mind immediately grasping the significance of what they were witnessing. "They're completing it. All those moments of peaceful discovery, of learning for the joy of learning, of creating for the love of creation, they've left impressions that the room has been preserving." A figure near one of the shelves looked up from an ancient tome and smiled in their direction, not the piercing awareness of a true ghost, but the gentle acknowledgement of someone pleased to have their sanctuary appreciated. The figure raised a translucent hand in greeting before returning to their reading, their form flickering like candlelight but radiating contentment. "It's beautiful," Ron said simply, and in those two words captured everything they were feeling. This wasn't the room of requirement as they had known it, a space that changed itself to meet urgent needs. This was the room of fulfillment, where the echoes of every peaceful moment, every satisfied curiosity, every gentle discovery had been
lovingly preserved.
As the three friends crossed the threshold into this transformed sanctuary, they found themselves enveloped not just by the warm golden light, but by a sense of belonging that was both immediate and profound. The door closed gently behind them, not with the sharp click of a lock, but with the soft sigh of completion, as if the room itself was settling into perfect contentment, now that it had the visitors it had been dreaming of. The translucent figures throughout the space continued their eternal pursuits, but now the friends could see them more clearly. There was Rowena Ravenclaw herself, seated at a desk, crafted from what appeared to be crystallized moonlight, her quill moving across parchment that shimmed with its own inner luminescence as she recorded observations about the nature of wisdom itself. At a nearby table, a young wizard they didn't recognize was carefully tending to a garden of books. Literally, books that had grown like flowers from crystalline soil, their pages rustling like leaves in a gentle breeze. Each of them found something here, Harry observed, his voice soft with wonder.
Not just shelter or tools, but fulfillment. The room remembered every moment of genuine satisfaction, every instance when someone discovered exactly what they needed to complete their understanding of something beautiful. Hermione was drawn
to a section of the room where several figures from different eras worked together on what appeared to be a massive tapestry woven from threads of pure light. As she approached, she could see that the tapestry depicted the history of magic itself. Not the battles and conflicts that filled most historical accounts, but the moments of discovery, the gentle breakthroughs, the quiet collaborations that
had truly advanced magical understanding. "Look at this," she called softly to her friends.
they're showing how knowledge really grows, not through competition or conquest, but through sharing and building upon each other's discoveries. Ron found himself fascinated by a corner of the room where a group of figures from various periods were engaged in what appeared to be the most civilized debate imaginable. Their voices never rose above conversational tones, and their gestures were those of people genuinely interested in understanding different perspectives rather than proving themselves right. Above their heads, their ideas took visible form as gentle lights that danced and combined in increasingly beautiful patterns. They're still learning, he realized with amazement. Even in this state, they're still discovering new things about the subjects they loved. But it was Harry who noticed the most intriguing element of their new environment. At the very center of the room stood something that hadn't been there when they first entered. A pedestal crafted from what looked like crystallized time itself, its surface reflecting not their current images, but glimpses of who they had been, who they were, and who they might yet become. Upon this pedestal rested a simple object that seemed almost mundane in comparison to the wonders surrounding them. A leather-bound journal, its pages blank and inviting. As Harry approached the pedestal, the other inhabitants of the room paused in their eternal pursuits and turned toward him with expressions of gentle encouragement. There was no pressure in their attention, no urgency or demand. Instead, their collective gaze carried the warmth of teachers who had found promising students, of mentors who recognized potential and were prepared to nurture it with infinite patience. "I think," Harry said slowly, his hand hovering just above the journal, "this is what the room was trying to show us. Not just the echoes of past fulfillment, but the possibility of future discovery." The journal seemed to pulse with a gentle light, not commanding his attention, but inviting it. When Harry finally allowed his fingers to touch the leather cover, he felt a warmth that went beyond the physical, a sense of connection to every seeker who had ever opened a book with genuine curiosity, every scholar who had ever approached.
Knowledge with humility and wonder. As he lifted the cover, the blank pages began to fill themselves with writing. Not words dictated by some external force, but the gentle emergence of understanding that had been building in his consciousness.
Since they first began their documentation of Hogwarts' post-war transformation, the journal was becoming a record not just of what they had observed, but of what they had learned about the true nature of magical discovery. "It's not about finding answers," Harry said, reading the words that appeared as he thought them. "It's about learning to ask better questions. All this time we've been cataloguing changes in the castle, but what we've really been doing is learning to see magic the way it wants to be seen, not as a tool to be wielded, but as a conversation to be joined." The revelation that the Room of Requirement had become a repository of fulfilled curiosity rather than urgent need opened up possibilities that the three friends had never imagined. As they moved deeper into the space, they discovered that it had arranged itself into distinct areas, each one dedicated to a different aspect of magical understanding, and each one inviting exploration at their own pace. Hermione found herself drawn to what appeared to be a vast library, but unlike any
library she had ever encountered.
The books here were not simply repositories of information, but living documents that updated themselves as understanding evolved. She watched in fascination as a treatise on transfiguration theory revised itself before her eyes, not erasing previous knowledge but adding layers of understanding that showed how each generation of magical thinkers had built upon the work of their predecessors. "This is extraordinary," she murmured, settling into a chair that molded itself perfectly to her posture and preferences. These books aren't just recording what was known, they're showing how knowledge grows and changes. Look at this passage about the fundamental principles of transformation magic. As she read, the words on the page began to illustrate themselves, showing the mathematical relationships that governed magical transformation in ways that made complex theories feel as
natural as breathing.
But more than that, she could sense the wonder and excitement of every wizard or witch who had contributed to this understanding, their moments of breakthrough preserved like pressed flowers between the pages. Ron, meanwhile, had discovered an area of the room that seemed dedicated to the practical applications of magic in daily life. Here, the translucent figures were engaged in activities that celebrated the joy of using magic not for grand purposes, but for the simple pleasure of making life more beautiful and comfortable. A medieval kitchen witch was preparing a meal that filled the air with impossible fragrances, while a Victorian wizard had created a garden where plants from different seasons bloomed simultaneously in perfect harmony. "You know what I love about this?" Ron said, accepting a cup of tea that appeared at his elbow, courtesy of one of the room's temporal inhabitants. "It's magic for the sake of magic. Not because anyone needed to be saved or defeated, but because someone thought, wouldn't it be lovely if flowers could bloom in winter? Or, what if tea could taste like your happiest memory?" He sipped the tea and immediately understood what the Victorian wizard had been attempting. The warm liquid carried with it the essence of every peaceful moment he had ever shared with friends, lazy summer afternoons at the Burrow, quiet evenings by the fire at Hogwarts, the simple joy of being surrounded by people who understood and accepted him completely. Harry found himself in what seemed to be a workshop where the boundaries between different magical disciplines had dissolved entirely. Here, ancient alchemists worked alongside modern curse breakers, potion masters collaborated with arithmancers, and herbologists shared techniques with care of magical creatures specialists. The atmosphere was one of pure intellectual joy, where the artificial divisions between subjects had given way to an understanding of magic as a unified field of study. At the center of this workshop area, Harry discovered something that made his heart race with quiet excitement. A collection of mirrors, each one reflecting not his physical appearance, but aspects of his magical nature that he had never fully understood. In one mirror, he saw himself as others' magic perceived him. Not the boy who lived or the chosen one, but simply Harry, a young wizard whose greatest gift was his ability to see the connections between apparently separate things. "I think I
understand now," Harry said, addressing his friends who had wandered over to see what had captured his attention. The Room of Requirement isn't just showing us what others discovered, it's inviting us to continue their work, but not in the
way we were taught to think about magical research. He gestured to the collaborative atmosphere around them, where figures from different centuries worked together as if time itself was just another arbitrary boundary to be transcended. All those years at Hogwarts, we were taught to think about
magic in categories: defense against dark arts, transfiguration, potions, herbology. But magic isn't really like that, is it? It's all connected, all part of the same underlying reality. Hermione looked up from her ever-evolving book, her eyes
bright with understanding. That's why the room changed, she said. During the war, it had to respond to specific, urgent needs, but now it can show us what magic looks like when it's approached holistically, when artificial boundaries are set aside in favor of genuine understanding. As if in response to their growing comprehension, the room began to shift again, but gradually and with infinite gentleness. The separate areas began to flow together, creating spaces where the boundaries between theory and practice, between different magical disciplines, between past discoveries and future possibilities, became fluid and permeable. "So what do we choose to explore?" Ron asked, settling into a comfortable chair that had appeared beside his friends. "We could spend years here and never exhaust the possibilities." Harry smiled, feeling a sense of peace and purpose that he had never experienced during his years of crisis and conflict. "I think we choose to begin," he said simply. "Not to master everything or solve every mystery, but to join the conversation that all these wonderful people started, to add our own questions to the mix and see what wants to emerge." As the three friends settled into their chosen areas of exploration within the transformed Room of Requirement, something profound began to happen. The boundaries between their individual discoveries started to dissolve, creating connections that none of them could have anticipated. Hermione's research into the evolution of magical theory began to resonate with Ron's exploration of practical applications, which in turn harmonized with Harry's investigation into the underlying unity of magical disciplines. The room seemed to recognize this convergence and responded by creating a new space at its very center, a circular area where their three paths of inquiry could meet and merge.
As they gathered in this space, they found themselves surrounded by the accumulated understanding they had each gained, but transformed into something greater than the sum of its parts. "Look," Hermione said softly, pointing to where her research
had begun to take visible form in the air around them. The mathematical relationships that governed magical transformation were manifesting as geometric patterns of light, beautiful and complex, but somehow also perfectly comprehensible. The theoretical framework isn't separate from the practical applications. It's the same pattern expressing itself at different levels. Ron's discoveries about magic in daily life were manifesting as warm currents of golden energy that flowed through and around Hermione's geometric patterns, showing how the grand theories translated into the small miracles that made magical life so wonderful. "And the practical applications aren't just random techniques," he added, with growing excitement. "They're all expressions of the same underlying principles of harmony and connection." Harry's investigation into the unity of magical disciplines had created what appeared to be a three-dimensional map of magical reality itself, showing how every spell, every potion, every magical creature and phenomenon was part of an intricate web of relationships that connected all things. "It's not just that everything is connected," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "It's that magic itself is the language of connection. Every time we use magic, we're participating in this vast conversation between all the elements of existence." As their individual insights merged and amplified each other, the room around them began to reveal its deepest secret, the translucent. Figures who had been pursuing their eternal studies throughout the space began to move toward them, not as separate individuals, but as part of a greater pattern. As they drew closer, the friends could see that each figure carried with them the essence of their own discoveries, their own moments of breakthrough and understanding. But instead of remaining separate, these discoveries began to weave themselves together, creating a tapestry of understanding that showed the true history of magical learning. It wasn't a history of competition or conquest, of secrets hoarded or knowledge jealously guarded. It was a history of collaboration that transcended time itself, where each generation of magical thinkers had built upon the work of their predecessors while adding their own unique insights to the collective understanding. We're not the first to discover this, Harry realized, his voice soft with reverence. This understanding that magic is fundamentally about connection and collaboration, it's been emerging gradually throughout magical history. Every time someone approached magic with genuine curiosity rather than a desire for power, they touched this same truth. The room itself seemed to pulse with acknowledgement, and suddenly the friends could perceive something that had been there all along, but invisible until this moment. The room of requirement had never been a single room at all. It was a node in a vast network that connected every place where genuine magical learning had taken place. Every classroom where a student had experienced the joy of understanding, every laboratory where a researcher had made a breakthrough driven by pure curiosity, every quiet corner where someone had practiced magic for the simple love of it. All of these spaces were connected through the same underlying magical field that powered the room of requirement. That's why it could become anything, Hermione breathed, understanding flooding through her consciousness like sunrise. It wasn't changing itself to meet specific needs, it was accessing the accumulated understanding of every magical space that had ever fostered genuine learning and growth. Ron laughed softly, a sound filled with pure delight. So, all those times we thought we were using the room, we were actually joining this enormous community of learners and teachers and explorers that's been building across centuries. The revelation was both humbling and exhilarating. They were part of something far larger than themselves, part of a grand collaboration that included every wizard or witch who had ever approached magic with an open heart and a genuine desire to understand rather than to dominate. As this understanding settled into their consciousness, the room began to transform one final time. The walls became transparent, revealing that they were indeed connected to countless other spaces, some familiar, some strange, some that existed in times yet to come. They could see students in distant classrooms making discoveries that would contribute to the ever-growing tapestry of magical understanding. They could see researchers in hidden laboratories driven by the same curiosity that had brought them to this moment. They could see teachers and mentors across the ages, all part of the same eternal conversation about the nature of magic and reality itself. This is what was left behind, Harry said finally, understanding the true meaning of their quest. Not objects or artifacts, but this network of connection, this web of shared understanding that grows stronger every time someone approaches magic with genuine wonder. As the profound revelation of their connection to the vast network of magical learning settled gently into their consciousness, the three friends felt a deep sense of peace begin to envelop them. The transparency of the walls gradually softened, not returning to opacity but achieving a gentle translucence that allowed them to maintain their awareness of the greater community while still feeling safely contained within their own sacred space. The translucent figures who had gathered around them began to return to their eternal pursuits, but not with the sense of dismissal or completion that might have marked the end of a more conventional encounter. Instead, their departure felt like the natural ebb and flow of a conversation that would continue indefinitely, sometimes requiring focused attention, sometimes content to flow in the background like gentle music. Hermione closed the evolving book she had been reading, but kept it cradled in her arms. She could feel that it would continue to grow and change, even when she wasn't actively engaging with it, adding new layers of understanding as the great conversation of magical learning continued to unfold across time and space.
"I feel like we've been given a gift," she said softly, "but also a responsibility. Not to hoard what we've learned, but to add our own voices to this eternal dialogue." Ron stretched contentedly, feeling the magical tea still warming him from
within, carrying with it the essence of every peaceful moment he had ever experienced. "You know what's strange?" he mused. "I don't feel like we need to rush off and tell everyone about this right away. It feels like something that will share itself naturally when people are ready to receive it." Harry nodded, understanding exactly what Ron meant. The urgency that had driven so much of their earlier lives, the need to act quickly, to solve problems immediately, to save the world before it was too late, had been replaced by something far more sustainable, the patient joy of being part of something larger than themselves, something that would continue to grow and flourish regardless of their individual contributions. The room began to shift around them one final time, but this transformation was the gentlest yet. The vast workshop and library and collaborative spaces gradually condensed into a cozy sitting area with 3 comfortable chairs arranged around a small fireplace where flames danced with colors that had no names in ordinary language. The journal that Harry had discovered remained on its pedestal, but now it was accompanied by 2 others, one for each of his friends, each one ready to record their own contributions to the great conversation. "I think," Harry said, settling into his chair with a sigh of perfect contentment, "we've found what we were really looking for all along, not secrets that needed to be uncovered or problems that needed to be solved, but a place where we belong in the larger story of magical understanding." The fire crackled peacefully, its unusual colors creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to echo the geometric relationships Hermione had discovered in her theoretical research. Outside their cozy circle, they could still sense the presence of the eternal learners, the accumulated wisdom of generations, the vast network of connection that linked every genuine moment of magical discovery. "We can come back whenever we want," Hermione observed, though there was no anxiety in her voice about leaving. "This isn't a place we visit. It's a community we've joined. The understanding we've gained will continue to grow whether we're physically present or not." As the evening light faded beyond the translucent walls, the 3 friends sat in comfortable silence, each processing the magnitude of what they had experienced while feeling no pressure to articulate or analyze it immediately. They had discovered that some truths were too profound to be grasped all at once, too beautiful to be contained in words, too precious to be shared carelessly. The room of requirement, or the room of fulfillment as Harry had begun to think of, it settled around them like a warm embrace, holding space for their wonder while gently preparing them for the eventual return to their ordinary lives, where they would carry this understanding like a secret light that would illuminate everything they encountered. As our tale draws to its peaceful close, dear listener, let yourself rest in the warmth of that magical fireplace where Harry, Hermione, and Ron continue their gentle vigil as new members of an ancient community of learners and seekers. The room of requirement has revealed its deepest secret, that it was never about the urgent needs and desperate demands, but about the quiet moments of fulfillment the gentle satisfactions of curiosity met with understanding, the profound joy of being part of something larger than oneself. In this transformed space where time flows differently and boundaries dissolve, we understand that the darkest secret of the room of requirement was not dark at all, but luminous with the accumulated
wisdom of centuries.
What was left behind was not emptiness or loss, but the most precious gift imaginable, the knowledge that every moment of genuine wonder, every instance of learning for the pure joy of understanding, every act of magical discovery driven by love rather than power, becomes part of an eternal conversation that connects all seekers across time and space. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into your own dreams, carry with you the image of that gentle network of light that connects every place where magic is approached with an open heart. Know that your own moments of wonder, your own questions and curiosities, your own gentle discoveries about the world around you are part of this same beautiful conversation. The three friends will remain in that cozy space for a while longer, adding their own voices to the eternal dialogue, their own insights to the ever-growing tapestry of understanding. But their greatest discovery was not about magic at all. It was about the profound truth that learning and growing and discovering are not solitary pursuits, but acts of connection that bind us to everyone who has ever approached the mysteries
of existence with genuine curiosity and love. Rest now, knowing that somewhere in the world there are always those who guard the gentle mysteries, who tend the gardens where understanding grows, who ensure that the light of wonder never fades. From the world,
sleep peacefully, and let your dreams be filled with the warm glow of magical fireplaces and the comforting presence of an eternal community of seekers and learners. The room of requirement keeps its doors open for all who approach with patient hearts and genuine curiosity. The conversation continues, gentle as candlelight, persistent as the turning of seasons, welcoming as the embrace of old friends. Let's start our next venture into shadows that are not dark with malice, but deep with the weight of ancient wisdom. Shadows that hold secrets not because they are dangerous, but because they are profound beyond ordinary understanding. This is a story of knowledge that waits patiently for the right hearts to discover it, of books that choose their readers as carefully as readers choose their books. Imagine the Hogwarts library on a night when winter has settled gently over the
castle grounds.
Snow falls in lazy spirals beyond the tall windows, each flake catching the warm light of floating candles before disappearing into the darkness. The library itself seems to breathe with quiet contentment, its countless volumes resting peacefully
on their shelves like old friends gathered in comfortable silence. But tonight,
our attention turns to a section of the library that has always been shrouded in mystery, not the bright, welcoming stacks where students browse for homework assistance, but the restricted section where ancient tomes rest behind a simple rope, barrier that has always seemed far more formidable than its humble appearance would suggest. Here, in this realm of whispered legends and half-remembered warnings, books sleep that have not been opened in decades, their covers worn smooth by centuries of careful handling, their pages yellow with age but still vibrant with the power of the knowledge they contain. The air in this section feels different, thicker somehow, as if it carries the weight of accumulated wisdom and the dreams of countless scholars who have approached these shelves with reverence and wonder. There is no sense of menace here, no feeling of danger lurking in the shadows. Instead, there is the profound peace that comes from being in the presence of knowledge that has been lovingly preserved, waiting for the right moment to share its secrets with those prepared to receive them wisely. Tonight, we will discover that the phrase forbidden knowledge has been misunderstood for generations. These books were not restricted because they were evil or dangerous, but because they contained truths so profound, so transformative, that they could only be safely shared with those who had learned to approach knowledge with humility, respect, and genuine love for understanding rather than power. As we begin this gentle exploration together, know that you are always welcome to return to these peaceful discoveries. The library of wonder we create together has many rooms, many comfortable corners where stories wait to unfold. But for now, let yourself settle into this snowy evening, into the warm embrace of ancient wisdom, awakening for those brave enough to listen with open hearts. On this particular winter evening, when the snow outside created a perfect cocoon of silence around the castle, Harry, Hermione, and Ron found themselves drawn once again to the library. Their recent experience in the transformed Room of Requirement had awakened in them a new appreciation for the subtle magics that permeated Hogwarts, and they had developed a habit of spending their evenings exploring different areas of the castle, with the patient curiosity of true scholars rather than the urgent need that had driven their student years. Hermione led the way, as she so often did when books were involved, but her approach to the library had changed in the months since the war's end. Where once she had moved through the stacks with the focused intensity of someone seeking specific information, now she wandered with the open receptivity of someone prepared to be surprised by whatever knowledge chose to reveal itself to her. "There's something different about tonight," she observed softly, her voice carrying that particular quality of wonder that had become more pronounced in all of them since their encounter with the Room of Fulfillment. "Can you feel it?" "The library seems more awake somehow." Harry nodded, his enhanced sensitivity to magical atmospheres immediately picking up the subtle shift in the ambient energy that filled the space. "It's like the books are stirring," he said thoughtfully. "Not restlessly, but the way flowers might stir when they sense the approach of dawn." Ron, who had developed his own unique relationship with the castle's moods and rhythms, paused beside one of the reading tables and ran his fingers along its smooth surface. "The whole castle has been different since we learned about the room," he observed. "It's like discovering that one part of Hogwarts had been hiding something wonderful, made all the other parts feel free to share their secrets too." They moved deeper into the library, past the familiar sections where they had spent so many hours during their school years, past the comfortable reading areas where students still bent over homework assignments, toward the area that had always been forbidden to them, the restricted section, where the oldest and most mysterious books in the castle's collection waited behind their simple rope barrier. But as they approached that familiar boundary, they discovered something remarkable. The rope barrier was still there, still marking the traditional boundary between the general collection and the restricted texts, but it no longer felt like a wall. Instead, it felt like an invitation, not to everyone, but to those who had learned to approach knowledge with the proper reverence.
"An understanding. Look at that," Hermione breathed, pointing to a sign that hung beside the barrier.
Where once there had been a stern warning about restricted access, now there was a gentler message. These books choose their own readers. Enter with respect, leave with wisdom. Harry felt a familiar warmth in his chest, the same sense of recognition he had experienced in the Room of Requirement when they discovered the journal meant for recording their discoveries. "I think," he said slowly, "we're being invited to continue our education, but not the kind of education we received as students." Ron stepped forward and gently lifted the rope barrier, half expecting some magical alarm to sound, or Professor Pince to appear with stern warnings about unauthorized access. Instead, the only response was a gentle sigh that seemed to come from the books themselves, a sound of satisfaction, as if they had been waiting patiently for visitors who would approach them with the proper attitude. "They want to be read," Ron realized with a smile. After all these years of being treated as dangerous or forbidden, they just want to share what they know with people who will appreciate it. As they crossed the threshold into the restricted section, the three friends felt the same sense of gentle transformation they had experienced in the room of requirement. The shadows here were not oppressive, but welcoming, creating intimate spaces where reader and book could commune without distraction. The air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility, as if centuries of accumulated wisdom were finally finding their voice again. As the three friends moved deeper into the restricted section, they began to notice that the books themselves were responding to their presence in ways that defied everything they thought they knew about magical texts. The leather-bound volumes on the shelves began to emit a soft, warm glow, not the harsh light of alarm or warning, but the gentle luminescence of welcome, like candles being lit to greet expected guests. But it was not just the books that were awakening. The shelves themselves seemed to be rearranging, not dramatically or violently, but with the subtle grace of someone tidying a room before visitors arrive. Books that had been hidden in the deepest recesses of the collection were moving forward, positioning themselves where they could be easily seen and reached. Ancient tomes that had been gathering dust for decades were slowly opening their covers, releasing the faint fragrance of preserved knowledge and carefully maintained parchment.
"This is extraordinary," Hermione whispered, approaching a shelf where a particularly ancient volume was practically glowing with invitation. The book's cover was unmarked save for an intricate silver clasp shaped like intertwined hands, the
same symbol they had seen on the door of the transformed room of requirement. "They're organizing themselves according to some principle I don't recognize." Harry noticed that certain books seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm, almost like a heartbeat, and he realized that this rhythm matched his own pulse exactly. "I think they're responding to us individually," he observed with growing wonder. "Each book is somehow attuning itself to whichever one of us might be most ready to understand what it contains." Ron found himself drawn to a section of the collection where the books appeared to be bound in materials he didn't recognize, not leather or cloth, but something that looked almost like crystallized moonlight. When he approached, these volumes began to sing, not audibly, but in a way that he could feel in his bones, melodies that spoke of practical magic, elevated to the level of art, of simple spells that had been refined over centuries into things of profound beauty. As they explored this transformed environment, they began to understand that they were witnessing something that had not occurred in the restricted section for generations. The books were not simply displaying themselves. They were awakening from a long dormancy, emerging from a state of protective hibernation that had been necessary during darker times when magical knowledge was more often sought for power than for understanding. One book in particular caught Harry's attention, a slim volume bound in what appeared to be scales that shifted color like oil on water. As he approached, the book opened itself to a page covered in text that seemed to write itself as he watched, adapting its language and
examples to match his specific background and understanding. "Listen to this," Harry said, beginning to read aloud from the self-adapting text.
"The greatest magics are not those that bend reality to the will of the caster, but those that help the caster align themselves with the deeper harmonies that already exist in the fabric of existence itself. Such magic requires not power, but perception, not force, but finesse, not domination, but partnership with forces greater than oneself." As he read, other books throughout the section began to glow more brightly, As if responding to the resonance of these words, Hermione found herself before a massive tome that was constructing itself as she watched, not physically, but intellectually, weaving together insights from dozens of other works to create a unified theory of magic that no single author could
have conceived alone. They're collaborating, she realized with excitement.
These books aren't just individual repositories of knowledge, they're part of a living network of understanding that grows and evolves as new insights are added to the collection. Ron discovered that the crystalline books he had been drawn to were actually growing, literally crystallizing new sections as they responded to his presence and his unique perspective on practical magic. "They're not finished," he said with wonder. "These books are still being written by the books themselves, based on what they learn from each reader who approaches them with genuine curiosity." The revelation that these ancient texts were not static repositories, but living, growing entities transformed their understanding of what the restricted section truly was. This was not a storage area for dangerous knowledge, but a laboratory where magical understanding could evolve and mature, protected from the casual curiosity that might misuse such power, but available to those who had learned to approach knowledge as a sacred responsibility. As this understanding settled over them, the books began to sing in earnest, not the crystalline melodies that only Ron could perceive, but an audible harmony that filled the restricted section with music more beautiful than any they had ever heard. It was the sound of knowledge celebrating its own existence, of wisdom rejoicing in the possibility of being shared with those who would cherish and build upon it. As the harmony of the awakening books swelled around them, something even more extraordinary began to unfold in the restricted section. The walls themselves started to become transparent, not in the harsh, revealing way of strong light, but with the gentle clarity of morning mist lifting to reveal a beloved landscape. Through this emerging transparency, the friends could see that the restricted section was far larger than it had ever appeared, extending not just through the physical space of the castle, but through dimensions of knowledge and understanding that defied ordinary architectural constraints. Beyond the dissolving walls, they could perceive vast libraries that existed in other times and places, all connected through the same network of living knowledge that they had discovered in the Room of Requirement. There was the legendary Library of Alexandria, not destroyed as history claimed, but transformed into a repository of wisdom that existed in the spaces between worlds. There were the private collections of great magical scholars from every era, their most precious discoveries preserved not in physical form but as pure understanding that could be shared across centuries. "We're seeing the true restricted section," Hermione breathed, her scholarly mind immediately grasping the implications of what they were witnessing. Not just the books that Hogwarts collected, but every piece of profound magical knowledge that was ever deemed too precious or too powerful to be shared casually. The books around them began to move with purpose, floating gently from their shelves to arrange themselves in patterns that spoke of deep relationships and hidden connections. Ancient texts on alchemy positioned themselves beside modern treatises on the nature of magical energy. Theoretical works on the mathematics of spell construction nestled next to practical guides written by hedge witches who had never learned to read, but whose wisdom had been preserved through other means. But it was the appearance of the librarians that truly took their breath away. Emerging from the spaces between the books came figures that were not quite ghosts, not quite living beings, but something altogether more wonderful, the essential spirits of every great magical scholar who had ever dedicated their existence to the preservation and advancement of knowledge. These were the true guardians of the restricted section, beings who had chosen to bind their consciousness to the eternal task of nurturing understanding and guiding it toward those capable of receiving it wisely. One of these guardian spirits approached them, a woman whose robes seemed to be woven from starlight and whose eyes held the depth of someone who had spent centuries contemplating the mysteries of existence. When she spoke, her voice carried the warmth of a beloved teacher and the authority of one who had mastered every subject she had ever encountered. "Welcome, young seekers," she said, her smile radiating the kind of joy that comes from seeing a long-cherished hope finally realized. "We have been waiting for you, not you specifically, but seekers like you who have learned to approach knowledge not as conquest but as communion." Harry found his voice first, though it came out softer than usual, influenced by the profound reverence he felt in this transformed space. "You've been protecting these books," he said, "not from us, but for us, waiting until we were ready to understand what they really contain." The guardian spirit nodded, her expression growing even warmer if such a thing were possible. "Knowledge is like a garden," she explained, gesturing to the floating books that continued to rearrange themselves in increasingly beautiful patterns. "It must be tended carefully, protected from those who would harvest it carelessly, but shared generously with those who understand that wisdom grows best when it is cultivated with love and shared with gratitude."
Ron, emboldened by the spirit's gentle manner, asked the question that had been forming in his mind since the books first began to glow. "Why now? Why are you showing us this now?" The answer came not from the guardian spirit alone, but from a
chorus of voices that seemed to emerge from the books themselves, as if the accumulated knowledge of centuries was speaking with one voice. "Because the time of hoarding is ending," they said in harmony. "The age when magical knowledge had to be jealously guarded and carefully restricted is giving way to an era when wisdom can be shared more freely, because those who seek it have
learned to do so with humility and respect." As if to demonstrate this truth, one of the floating books, the ancient text on the nature of magical consciousness, opened itself and began to project its contents, not as words on a page, but as a living demonstration of the principles it described.
The friends found themselves experiencing directly the sensation of magic flowing through all living things, the awareness that consciousness itself was the fundamental force that gave shape and meaning to magical energy. This is what was truly restricted, Hermione realized, tears of wonder gathering in her eyes. Not dangerous spells or forbidden curses, but this understanding of what magic really is, the language of consciousness itself, the way that awareness shapes reality through intention and love. The guardian spirit smiled, her form becoming more solid and present as their understanding deepened. "Now you begin to see," she said. "The books that were kept from you were not those that taught darker magics, but those that taught the deepest truths about the nature of magic itself. This knowledge was restricted not because it was dangerous, but because it was so beautiful and so powerful that it could only be safely shared with those who had learned to approach it as a sacred trust." As the guardian spirit's words settled into their consciousness, like seeds finding fertile soil, the friends began to understand that their presence in the true, restricted section was not a casual visit, but an initiation into a tradition that stretched back to the very foundations of magical learning. The books that continued to float around them in increasingly complex patterns were not simply showing off their contents, but were actually weaving together a curriculum specifically designed for their unique combination of experiences, abilities, and spiritual development. Harry found himself drawn to a cluster of books that seemed to pulse with the same rhythm he had learned to associate with the deeper currents of magic that flowed through all things. As he approached, these volumes began to open themselves, not to specific pages, but to concepts that existed in the spaces between words, understandings that could only be transmitted through direct experience rather than written description. "These books," he said with growing amazement, "they're teaching me how to read magic itself, not spells or incantations, but the actual patterns of intention and energy that give magic its power." One of the volumes, bound in what appeared to be crystallized time, showed him how the scar on his forehead had always been more than just a mark left by dark magic. It had been a window into the fundamental nature of magical connection, allowing him to perceive directly the ways in which all consciousness was linked at the deepest levels of reality. Hermione had found herself surrounded by books that seemed to contain the distilled essence of every magical theory that had ever been proposed, but presented not as competing ideas but as different facets of a single unified understanding. As she watched, equations and diagrams wrote themselves in the air around her, showing how the mathematical relationships that governed magical phenomena were actually expressions of deeper harmonies that connected magic to music, to art, to the fundamental structures of beauty itself.
"It's all one subject," she whispered, her voice filled with the wonder of discovery. "Everything we learned as separate classes, transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology, they're not different types of magic. They're different ways of expressing
The same underlying principles of harmony and connection." Ron's exploration had led him to an area where the books seemed to be made of living wood, their pages rustling like leaves in a gentle breeze. These volumes were teaching him something that no traditional magical education had ever addressed: the profound truth that magic was not something wizards did, but something they participated in, joining their consciousness to currents of energy and intention that flowed through all of existence. "The magic isn't coming from us," he realized, his voice soft with reverence. "We're just learning to dance with it, learning to harmonize our intentions with something much larger and more beautiful than we could ever create on our own." The guardian spirit moved among them like a gentle teacher, offering encouragement and guidance as they each explored their individual paths of discovery. But gradually, she began to guide them toward a central area where their three streams of understanding could converge and amplify each other. "Individual understanding is precious," she explained, "but the greatest discoveries come when different perspectives learn to dance together. Watch." As the friends gathered in the central space, the books that had been teaching them individually began to interact with each other, their contents merging and evolving to create insights that none of them could have achieved alone. Harry's direct perception of magical connections combined with Hermione's theoretical understanding and Ron's intuitive grasp of magical harmony to create something entirely new, a way of approaching magic that was simultaneously deeply personal and universally applicable. Around them, other guardian spirits began to appear, each one representing a different tradition of magical learning. Ancient druids who had learned to speak with the spirits of trees, Egyptian priests who had mastered the magic of transformation, Chinese sages who had discovered the patterns of energy that flowed through all things, indigenous shamans who had maintained the connection between human consciousness and the living spirit of the natural world. "You are not the first to reach this understanding," one of the new spirits said, his voice carrying the wisdom of forests and the patience of mountains. "But you are among the first to reach it in an age when such knowledge can be safely shared more widely." The books around them began to arrange themselves into a vast spiral pattern, with the friends at the center and streams of knowledge flowing outward in gentle currents that connected to every other repository of wisdom they had encountered. They could see the connection to the room of requirement, to the libraries of the world, to the minds of every seeker who had ever approached knowledge with love rather than greed. "This is our purpose," Harry said, understanding flooding through him like sunrise. Not to hoard this knowledge or to use it for our own advancement, but to become conduits through which it can flow more freely into the world. Standing at the center of the spiral of ancient wisdom, with guardian spirits from every magical tradition surrounding them like loving mentors, the three friends faced a choice that would define not just their own futures, but their role in the greater evolution of magical understanding. The books continued to float around them in their complex patterns, but now each volume seemed to be offering them a different path forward, a different way of serving the cause of knowledge and wisdom. Hermione found herself drawn to a collection of books that seemed to be constantly rewriting themselves, their pages filled with equations and theories that evolved and refined themselves as she watched. These were the tools for becoming a scholar in the truest sense, not someone who simply collected information, but someone who could help knowledge itself grow and evolve. I could spend my life helping to bridge the gaps between different magical traditions, she said thoughtfully, running her fingers along the spine of a volume that seemed to contain the collective wisdom of every magical school that had ever existed, creating new ways of understanding that help people see the connections between apparently different approaches to magic. Ron was surrounded by books that felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with the contentment of practical magic well used. These volumes were showing him how the deepest magical principles could be expressed through the simple acts of daily life, cooking that nourished both body and spirit, gardens that grew in harmony with natural cycles, homes that provided not just shelter but genuine sanctuary for those who lived within them. I think my path is about bringing this understanding into ordinary life, he said, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had found their true calling. Helping people discover that magic isn't something separate from daily existence, but something that can transform every moment into something beautiful and meaningful. Harry's choice was perhaps the most complex of all. The books that had gathered around him seemed to contain the stories of every seeker who had ever served as a bridge between different worlds, different ways of understanding. These were the chronicles of teachers and guides who had helped others find their own paths to wisdom, who had sacrificed their own advancement to ensure that knowledge could flow freely to those who needed it.
I think I'm meant to be a guardian, Harry said slowly, testing the words as he spoke them. Not the kind who fights battles or defeats enemies, but the kind who protects the spaces where understanding can grow safely. Like the spirits here, but in the physical world.
The guardian spirits nodded with approval, their forms becoming more solid and present as the friends' understanding of their purposes clarified. But the woman who had first welcomed them stepped forward with a gentle smile that suggested their choices were even more significant than they realized. What you have chosen, she said, is not just individual paths, but a new way of working together. Scholar, practitioner, and guardian. These roles have often been separate throughout magical history. But the age that is beginning will require them to work in harmony. As she spoke, the books around them began to merge their knowledge in ways that created entirely new possibilities. Hermione's scholarly approach combined with Ron's practical wisdom and Harry's protective instincts to create something that none of the traditional magical professions had ever achieved, a way of sharing profound knowledge that was simultaneously safe, accessible, and transformative. You will not work in isolation, another guardian spirit added, his voice carrying the warmth of someone sharing the most precious gift imaginable. You will become part of a network of seekers and teachers and guardians that spans the entire magical world. Each community, each tradition, each individual seeker will have their own role to play in the great work of helping magical understanding evolve and grow. The spiral of books around them began to expand, showing them glimpses of the future they were choosing, Hermione establishing new forms of magical education that honored both ancient wisdom and innovative thinking, Ron creating communities where magical living was integrated seamlessly with mundane existence, Harry serving as a bridge between the world of hidden knowledge and the world of everyday magical practice. But perhaps most importantly, they could see how their choices would inspire others to find their own unique ways of serving the cause of wisdom and understanding. Students would graduate from Hogwarts not just with magical skills, but with an understanding of their responsibility to nurture and protect the traditions of knowledge they had inherited. Practitioners would approach their magic not as a tool for personal advancement, but as participation in a cosmic conversation about the nature of reality itself. "So we accept," Harry said, speaking for all three of them. "Not just the individual paths, but the commitment to work together in service of something larger than ourselves." The moment the words left his lips, the entire restricted section seemed to exhale with satisfaction. The books settled gently back onto their shelves, but they remained glowing with the warm light of knowledge awakened and ready to be shared. The guardian spirits smiled with the joy of teachers who had successfully prepared their students for graduation. "Then let the real education begin," the first guardian spirit said with a laugh that sounded like wind chimes and running water.
"Everything you have learned until now has been preparation. Now you begin to discover what magic truly is."
As the profound revelation settled into their hearts like morning dew soaking into fertile earth, the three friends felt the intensity of the mystical experience gradually soften into something more sustainable, more integrated with the rhythms of ordinary life. The singing of the books became a gentle hum that would remain with them always, and the radiant presence of the guardian spirits settled into a warm awareness that they were never truly alone in their journey of discovery and service. The restricted section began to return to its familiar appearance, but with a crucial difference. The rope barrier that had once seemed so formidable was gone entirely, replaced by a simple sign that read, "Enter with love, leave with wisdom." The books themselves remained easily accessible, glowing softly whenever someone approached with genuine curiosity and reverence, but appearing perfectly ordinary to casual observers who were not yet ready for deeper mysteries. "It's still here," Hermione said with wonder, running her fingers along the spine of one of the ancient volumes that had shared its secrets with her. "All of it. The knowledge, the guardian spirits, the connections to other traditions. It's just quieter now, integrated." Ron stretched contentedly, feeling the same sense of peaceful completion that had followed their experience in the Room of Requirement. "I don't feel like we need to tell everyone about this right away," he mused. "It's like the understanding will share itself naturally through the way we live and work and interact with magic." Harry nodded, understanding exactly what Ron meant. The urgency that had driven so many of their earlier discoveries, the need to act quickly, to solve immediate problems, to save people from immediate danger, had been replaced by something far more patient and sustainable: the joy of participating in a process of gradual awakening that would unfold at its own perfect pace. The guardian spirits were still present, but no longer as visible manifestations. Instead, they had become a felt sense of guidance and support, like having wise mentors who were always available for consultation, but never intrusive in their counsel. The friends knew that they could return to this deeper awareness whenever they needed guidance or inspiration, but they also understood that their real work lay in the ordinary world, where they would serve as bridges between the profound truths they had discovered and the daily needs of the magical community. "I think," Harry said softly, settling into one of the comfortable reading chairs that had appeared near the entrance to the former restricted section, "this is how real transformation happens. not through dramatic revelations that change everything at once, but through gentle shifts in understanding that gradually transform how we see and interact with everything around us. As the winter night deepened beyond the library windows, the three friends sat in comfortable silence, each processing the magnitude of what they had experienced while feeling no pressure to articulate or analyze it immediately. They had discovered that some truths were too profound to be grasped all at once, too beautiful to be contained in words, too precious to be shared carelessly. The books around them had settled into a peaceful quiet, but it was the quiet of contentment rather than dormancy. They remained ready to share their wisdom with anyone who approached with the proper reverence and understanding, but they no longer carried the sense of being locked away or forbidden. They had been liberated not from their shelves, but from the misunderstanding that had surrounded them for so long. Hermione opened her notebook and began to write, but the words that flowed from her quill were not the detailed analysis she might once have attempted. Instead, she found herself recording simple observations about the way knowledge seemed to live and breathe when it was approached with love, about the connections between seemingly different types of understanding, about the joy of learning, when learning itself became an act of service to beauty and truth. "We'll be different now," she said softly, not with concern but with quiet satisfaction. Not dramatically different, but deeper somehow, more connected to what we're really meant to be doing. The library embraced them with its familiar warmth, holding space for their wonder while gently preparing them for the eventual return to their ordinary lives, where they would carry this understanding like a secret light that would illuminate everything they encountered. As our second journey through the hidden mysteries of Hogwarts draws to its peaceful close, dear listener, let yourself rest in the warm glow of that ancient library where Harry, Hermione, and Ron continue their gentle vigil as newly awakened guardians of magical wisdom. The restricted section has revealed its deepest secret, that forbidden knowledge was never about dangerous spells or dark magic, but about truths so beautiful and transformative that they could only be shared with those who had learned to approach. Knowledge is a sacred trust. In this transformed space where books choose their own readers and guardian spirits offer gentle guidance to those ready to receive it, we understand that the greatest restrictions were not external barriers, but the
limitations of our own understanding.
What was hidden behind rope and warning signs was not knowledge that could harm us, but knowledge so profound that it could only be safely received by hearts that had learned to serve beauty rather than seek power. Tonight, as you prepare to drift into your own dreams, carry with you the image of those glowing books arranging themselves in patterns of perfect harmony, each one ready to share its wisdom with anyone who approaches with genuine love and curiosity. Know that the network of understanding they discovered extends far beyond the walls of any single library, connecting every moment of genuine learning, every act of creative discovery, every instance of knowledge shared with generosity and reverence. The key: three friends will continue their work as bridges between the world of profound wisdom and the world of everyday magic. But their greatest discovery was that learning and teaching and protecting knowledge are not separate activities, but different expressions of the same fundamental love that gives birth to all magic, all beauty, all wonder in the universe. Rest. Now knowing that somewhere in the world there are always those who guard the gentle mysteries, who ensure that wisdom can flow freely to those ready to receive it, who understand that the greatest magic is not in the casting of spells, but in the sharing of understanding with open hearts and generous spirits. Sleep peacefully and let your dreams be filled with libraries where books sing in